Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platform mechanics and a branching narrative. And if you enjoy watching these dev streams on your own time, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boot that bell button to stay notified. And man, it's been a while since our last dev stream. But of course, where we last left off, we were in the middle of doing some node finding programming to actually implement some of the Cobra enemies in different areas. And if I remember correctly, we did... At the moment, we're in the process of defining different nodes and values for each of the Cobras. So that's what we're mainly going to be focusing on tonight. Off stream, though, I've been very busy with Heartwell. I've been working on the boss battles for the tutorial dungeon, figuring out some of the mechanics for that. I've also been quite busy with creating some music for Heartwell, and happy to say that at least the main theme for Heartwell for the demo will be ready. And I'm definitely really excited to hopefully release the demo this year. But in order to do that, we need to head out all these. We have to make sure we get all of the Cobra enemies programmed. So let's pick up with that. Okay. Oh, where are you at, Copper Nicholson? Oh, sorry to hear that, Copper Nicholson. So let's see here. We already did node area 1, and I think we did node area 2. Let's real quick go into the game state chat just to make sure that we know where we're at. Okay, well, I can see those occurring. Alright, we can still jump over that. That's a relief. Yep. Definitely seems like it's working as intended. Since we can pathfind over here, we can pathfind... Oh, well that is very silly now, isn't it? Oh, I think I know what was happening. Kind of funny that I got stuck there. Let's investigate that. I mean, it does pathfind. It's not perfect, but it serves its purpose. Okay, we do need to put some Cobras up there. Let's just jump over. Or not. I think we should still be able to jump over that one. That was the big thing last stream. Ow. Okay, we can jump over that, and it collides us properly. seems to be making sense so far. Oh, that is very silly. Alright. I think I remember where we're at. So we had just finished programming the second group, and now we're on to the third group. It's this one right here. Ah, I know which one these are. These are the... So node area 3 and 4, they don't have nodes, it's just Cobras that'll be up here. Okay, to find those, regardless of whether they do that or not, to find the nodes and zones for specific Cobras. Okay. No, let's start with defining the S, Y, and Z starting node. Okay, so this is the stuff that we'll need to define everything. So time to do some copy pasta. Cool, you're thinking of running Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Sounds fun, Cobra and Nicholson. I haven't been saying very much, Cobra and Nicholson. I'm just focusing on getting these coordinates correct. Alright, so while I'm commenting over these numbers, I might as well explain kind of the thought process here The idea of node finding is to first define bounds of which, beyond which or to find specific zones within which Cobras would have a specific z-axis value and follow certain certain behaviors, or apply move towards different specific nodes. And the reason we use something I found is that with the way Fusion 2.5 compiles its information for each object and such, it is possible to actually make the same object follow a different set of properties if it's in a different zone in the actual frame. Hence why we're defining these different rectangles. So that one group might define a Cobra that has like a specific like squiggly path through winding corridors, and the other might just be a simple, no, the Cobra is on top of a rectangular platform, there's much pathfinding to be had here. But either way, those are main things to keep in mind. Alrighty. That should be that all set up. And unfortunately, the z-axis in that particular section is set to 2. The only thing we have to do is set our node here. All the node would be in this case is wherever we want the Cobra to move back to. And I think the way I had it set up here was that we'll give that the corners to the players, like make the players think a bit about where they want to end up. Then we'll actually start this Cobra more towards the top up here, make the player walk a bit down to have less of a risk. Make that Cobra start about down there. So alrighty. We're going to start on the top right. That'll be 2062 1794. And top and bottom left will be 1870 1922. wingtip. Let's move that over there. That's one node down. Alrighty. Let's bring this over here. Wait, no, that's not right. All right. I think, Chad, if we can get most of the Cobras with their points defined by the end of tonight's stream, I think that'll be a big accomplishment, because this does take a while, especially when there's complicated paths. It's also something I'll keep in mind with the level design in the future. Trying to, especially for like pathfinding enemies, trying to find ways to incorporate the level design such that there's fewer corners, so that there's less nodes to program. As I mean, I think Hollow Knight actually did something pretty similar with some of its default enemy types. Like, I remember in Hollow Knight there was like this kind of like caterpillar or something that was like really tiny, but would like get these leaves all around it to make it seem super, super big. And it was always, the way the caterpillar worked is that it would kind of appear near a bush on like a very long, straight platform, and always run from one end to the other, while growing ever so larger as it appears. And even though the level design itself with like the platforming stuff in that section was somewhat complex, at least for the player, the actual platforms where you actually fought these caterpillars were always the same idea, just a straight long platform. They just happened to be staggered in such a way that it felt believable in the level design. I think they'll probably want to mimic some of that, or some of the principles there when designing future areas in Heartwell that may or may not involve some pathfinding enemies. Just some food for thought for the future. Alright, so that's those two node areas. Am I on the right layer? Yeah. Nope. All right, chat. Let's see if this one worked. I was about to say, oh no. Whoops. Alright, I do see the pathfinding thing, so that's a good sign. Let's see what happens. Okay, they're chasing us. Good, good, good. Yo, there's actually a surprising amount of room to maneuver up here. I like it. This is fun. I like this little section. This is fun. Very, very silly. Oh no! And then we fell off. That'll be like the fun of this section. Okay, I like that. I actually like that. Like if someone was just trying to rush through this, unless they like really heavily invested in endurance, they'd really get stuck quite easily. If the goal is just to, or that'll happen. I like that section. That section works very well. All right, next section is down here. Let's see if we can get that all squared away. Okay, this one we start towards the middle here. Makes sense so that the player can at least see the Cobra coming and be able to avoid it, perhaps. Regardless, let's see what we can do. Okie doke. So at least this section works well. Now let's try and add the next section. So this one has 7 nodes, which means we're going to have to follow suit with the more complicated, yeah, this one. Yep. Oh boy. This one will be a bit more involved. But that is to be expected because of the way it looks. So first things first. Close node area 4 and 5, as those are fine. Oh, looks like I copied some things over here already. Oh, actually, wait, no, this is... This is incorrect. All right. Oh, well, welcome home, Copper Nicholson. Welcome home. So first things first, we need to actually set up the definition here. The definition is that. I think for a starting point, let's start 1840, 2271. That sounds about right. No. Okay, we want 18. Sorry. We want 2175, like, okay, 1840, 2175, around here to be the starting point. All right. Let's see what we can do. Start with defining the okay, yeah, that's what it was. Okay, I was just double checking that. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. Start with that. Copper, that's not necessarily the case. They just weren't able to... I think you mentioned that they just weren't able to figure it out. So that just means that they need to go to a different location that might be able to better analyze what's happening. All right. Well, then I would say wait I would definitely say Copper wait until they actually get a better idea of what might be happening. And you know, you can also reach out to them and tell them how much you mean to them. That's important too. Like, no matter what they're going through, hearing just words of encouragement or words of care from a friend can be very, very helpful too. Alright, then that's about all you can do, Copper Nicholson. It's good that you're reaching out to them. There you go. Alright, well, you can always mention during the next session at Copper Nicholson. That's all. Let's set this up. 1840. Alright, that'll at least define where the Cobra should start. Next order of business. It's going to be defining, I believe, defining the nodes and then... Okay. Alright, first define the node coordinates. It's in sets of 3. Yeah, the other side, they see. That's a Monty Python reference. What is your name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? Alright, let's see here. Oh, you're answering the questions? Your name is that. Your quest is to reclaim the throne. Ooh, okay. Your favorite color is that. Okay. But, I have to ask Copper Nicholson, do you know what the average wind speed velocity of a coconut-laden swallow is? Because that's also an important question. Okay, so this is the zone. That's that, that, okay. And that'll be the node. I think you're just making a reference to a movie at this point, Copper Nicholson. But then I was making a reference to a movie as well. That would be Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Alright, chat, let's dance to a rhythm. Let's dance to a rhythm with bringing in these coordinates. Get into the rhythm. Get into the rhythm. So much coordinate writing. Oh, great question, Copper Nicholson. Actually, neither. It'd be a European swallow, if we're going off of the movie. Alright, that's one down. Only 6 more to go for this Cobra. Okay. Let's get into that rhythm, chat. Get into the rhythm. Get into the rhythm. I have not, Copper Nicholson. I only partially seen the first one. Like I said, we should put on like some epic like heavy metal music or like rock and roll music for like a montage of this, of just putting in all these coordinates to make the Cobras work correctly. I just imagine like if you have like the epic triumphant music as like da 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 da. Anyway. Alrighty. Let's see here. Alright, what I think we should do, chat, is first input the numbers, then we'll focus on actually making sure these comparison signs actually make sense. Alright. Let's see here. Let's see here. Alrighty. Got that all set up. Oh, hello, Angel Wings 14. Thank you for dropping by. How's it going? Oh, you used to be blurred Let's Play your account info. No worries, no worries. Yep, I think we're having a good night so far. Right now, we're in the process of copying over some coordinates we wrote a few streams ago in order to make some Cobra enemies slither the way that we want them to. But yeah, how you been, Angel Wings? How you been? Oh, wait a minute. It does seem to be transferring, so that's good. Alright, let's see here. Oh, I hope you both feel better as well. Yeah, that's rough. Well, I wish you all the best, Angel Wings. Hopefully your visit to, hoping your visit to the doctor is able to help figure out what to do next. All right, so I want to test something real quick, chat. So if I change this value to something else, let's say it did not. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm just double checking to make sure the different coordinates line up. Yep. Well, I mean, sound advice. Eating healthy, drinking lots of water, and getting exercise, all very good things. In fact, that's a good reminder. Hydrate. Time to hydrate. Just adding some notes for myself, chat. Well, if you have one in your area, and you're looking for a good gym to go to, I would definitely recommend LA Fitness, just because they tend to have... one of the nice things about LA Fitness... There are two nice things I like about LA Fitness. One is they tend to have fitness classes throughout the week, which are fun to go to. A good way to stay motivated and meet people. And the other thing I like about LA Fitness is that the membership applies to any LA Fitness and not just the one gym you specifically go to. So if I were to like go to a different state for vacation or something and there happened to be an LA Fitness, my membership would still let me just walk on in and use their equipment there. So it's really, really, really nice. Ah, I see a copper necklace, that makes sense. Now I'm just changing the enemy node sections to make sure there's a group for each node number. Oh, what kind of game am I making? Great question, Angel Wings. So, Heartwell is a Souls-like action RPG with branching narrative visual novel elements. I know that's a bit of a mouthful, so I'll probably be better to show than to tell. So, you play as Dorothy Heartwell. You can move in 4 directions. You can also jump. You can sprint. You can dash. You also have a melee and ranged attack, so it depends on where your mouse is. If it's close to the center, you do a melee attack. Far away, do a ranged attack. It's, and of course, like I said, we have RPG elements. So if you were to defeat enemies, you'd be able to level stuff up. Change weapons, find new items to increase your stats, level up your player stats. A lot going on here, but basically, it's an action RPG. So you go through dungeons, you face enemies like this. So if I were to try and attack an enemy, it'd be like this. So for my attack, that happens to do enough damage to one-shot that enemy. Have a little ammo bar up top. Anyway. And like other Dark Souls games, the main combat loop is explore Metroidvania-like dungeon, defeat enemies, and fight challenging but rewarding boss battles. However, I also wanted to make this game. I decided to go with a more adorable art style here, kind of reminiscent of like old RPGs, and I wanted to include some like those dialogue choices that you see in stuff like the Telltale games to allow the story to progress in multiple, to really give the player a bit more agency over what happens in the story. And the game is built from the ground up to have no one set straight line to actually finish the main story. It's more so that there are general plot points that are eventually going to happen, but like how you get there and what your ultimate ending is really up to you as the player as you go through and make various decisions. So there'll be points where, and a lot of the way this is structured is to be optional. Oh wow, that's awesome. What specific program are you doing? A lot of people have made indie games use stuff like RPG Maker. 15, true, very true, Angel Waynes, but this is actually not RPG Maker. This is Clickteam Fusion Developer 2.5. Or, as it used to be known, Multimedia Fusion 2, or even way, way, way back when it used to be known as the Games Factory 2. And this lovely piece of software, which I've been using in the previous iteration since I was in middle school, allows us to program with more menus like this. I find this to be a lot easier to understand than just trying to type out code. That being said, I do have a little bit of programming knowledge from an AP computer science course in high school and some various seminars I've gone to when I was in college about programming. So I understand some programming principles, and I use them a lot to help complement what I use here. But at the end of the day, this is what I'm comfortable with. And also, their RPG Maker definitely has some limitations that this software... I mean, every piece of software is going to have different limitations. So, I mean, Fusion 2.5's strong point is visual creation, so I can just copy-paste stuff and adjust the level accordingly all around here. It happens very, very quick. So when you get like a lot of objects all set up with Fusion 2.5, it's very easy to build things very quickly. And like edit levels and stuff. Like all this here. Once I got the components here, I was able to put it all together and it was, you know, fairly efficient. However, one of the drawbacks to Fusion 2.5 is it's not the best at object scoping. It's and what that means is if I have like two of these are called cabratals. If I have two cabratals, they might behave exactly the same unless I do some very, very, very specific programming things to make them act independently of each other, even though they should follow the same rule set. And what we're doing here is an example of one of those limitations, because I need to define specific nodes for my pathfinding enemies, the Cobras, to follow. But in order to do that, I need to make sure they're segregated to specific zones so that they only go towards specific points and not like off the screen or something like that. Very cool. And now your brother's being into coding. He used to code entire Art Survival Evolved servers. Whoa, that's really cool. Oh, the process, but you don't know it's not. It's so impressed by it, though. It's not easy. Very true. Nice, Angel Wings. Appreciate the compliment. But anyway, so back to what we were doing here. This has been, what you've seen here has been a labor of love for the past 2 years or so, and I'm hoping to have a demo out for Heartwell this year, so that way you guys can get a feel for the unique structure I'm going for here. And one thing that'll make that very obvious that I've told people in the past is the tutorial dungeon to Heartwell has 3 different ways you can exit. And there's no correct way to exit. Like, all 3 are perfectly valid, and the way you exit actually does impact. That's actually a major decision. It will affect things later in the game. By basically making sure you end up in, like, different sections of, like, the overall, the main map of the game. So the main map is divided into 3 different regions, and depending on which way you leave the tutorial dungeon, you start in a different region. It's possible to get to the other, regions, regardless of which way you go. However, the other regions will not be as easy to reach, depending on which way you go. So that's really cool. What inspired you to make it the game, if you don't mind me asking? Great question, Angel Wings. Couple of different things. First, way back in high school and middle school, I used to make like little games that would not quite Flash games, but similar quality as Flash games, and I really enjoyed that joy of creation and making boss battles and writing cool stories and sharing that with friends to play and seeing their reactions to it. As a developer, you try to craft an experience for others to get something out of it that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get from a different media, because you actually have to experience the game. And so wanting to do that again was part of it. Another thing was, in college, I tried to make a game, but I got very burnt out very quickly just because there are a number of reasons. One, I was in engineering college. I was obviously very busy with homework and all the other stuff that comes with going to engineering college. 2, I don't think I'd really grown enough as a developer to, like, I wanted to make, like, a big game that could eventually be sold on Steam. So, like, an actual game that would be published, like a true full-fledged indie game. But I hadn't really grown enough as a developer in terms of, like, project managing video game development and writing at that point to really commit to a game that I would like, a full-scale indie game. And 3, the game I was developing, I was somewhat interested in it, but like my heart wasn't really in it. Like, it wasn't super. You disappear for years, you just grab something from your life. Understood. And the third thing was, the game I was developing at the time, it didn't really grab me in terms of like, I'm telling this for a reason, I'm telling this for a story. Like, I want to make a game, but that's not the same thing as being like, I have a story to tell, here's what it is, or something like that. Like, that kind of passion behind it, to be really committed to it. So for all those reasons, I burn out on that in college. But as I was approaching the end of my senior year in college, and, you know, with the pandemic that's when the pandemic started. That's when I started to think, like, okay, what am I going to do once I'm out of college and in my free time? And I thought long and hard about it, and I really wanted to get back into game development. Because as a kid, I loved games like Shining Force and Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and all these other games that just were my childhood, and they informed my expectations for game design. And people who know me know that I consider video games an art form. Because I played lots of Flash games as a kid, and from like very, very bad Flash games to really, really top tier, excellent Flash games that could have been extended into like full-fledged indie games. I played the whole gamut, and I love game design, love dissecting it, love really, really seeing the passion that goes into creating these wonderful works of multimedia. So I wanted to get back into game development. So it was March of 2020, and I decided that I want to avoid the burnout that I had in college. So to do that, I started game development again, but with nice angel points. Appreciate the compliments, but that's accurate. You did spend hours listening to me analyze games. True. And those who saw the end of Trails of Cold Steel 2, you guys know I ranted for like over like nearly like half an hour about all the things I loved about the game. But that's a different tangent. Trails of Cold Steel 2 is amazing. You should play it if you haven't already. But, so where was I going? Okay, so back to when I started making this game. I didn't even have a story. I didn't even have a concept. I didn't even have a character. Like, Dorothy as a character did not exist when I started making this game. Instead, what I did to avoid burnout was I followed 2 rules. First, if I have an idea that I'm trying to implement, but it's either taking too long to make, or I just don't have the expertise as a developer to make it happen, drop the idea and move to a different concept. That was idea number 1, was basically make sure that whatever you're developing, it's within your capacity as a developer. And 2, create a game that I personally would want to play. So, in other words, don't make a game that you think people will be interested in, or don't make a game that you're like, oh, well, lots of people like this genre. No. Make a game that I specifically would want to play. Like, if I saw this, I'd be like, yes, that's the game I want to play. And I followed those 2 rules, and after a couple of months, I basically had the workings of the platforming system that this game has. So I was able to actually have the pseudo 3D platforming you see here. So you'll notice Dorothy can slide down slopes, she can jump, she can do platforming. What's happening in the background is there's a bunch of tiles here that represent different z-axis values and slopes and such. And basically the very first thing that was programmed was just that capacity to platform. Because I always thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if, like, in the old RPGs, if you could jump? And that's what led to this. At least that aspect of it. That's every art stream. Write a book you want to read, create pain, you want to see, create and you want to play. Exactly. Yep, I also like to do video game challenge runs. That's the other thing I do on this channel. But that was the big that was the first major set of development I had. But as I was you know, starting to get the basic mechanics of just the slopes and platforming working, I then decided, like, okay, I should really have a character. And I actually drew this character. So this was the first character I drew. And when I was trying to draw a character for this game, I thought, okay, what kind of art style would I really want? Like, if I Jelly would make a lot of levels in different days easier, to which I say, as you did see from here, that's why you'd have to change the level design. So right here, that's a path up there. So you can actually get up there, but you can't get up there from down here, so I like can't jump up there. So in order to get there, you actually have to go through the level design to get to that point, and loop back at a Metroidvania level design. But I didn't have myself. When I was drawing a character, I asked myself, okay, what kind of art style would I want to go for a game that I wanted to play? And I thought about it from two perspectives. First, what art style do I think look interesting to me? And second, what's an art style that I could actually create as a developer? Because I do not consider myself the best artist. Now, while everything you've seen here I have drawn, I most certainly am not the best artist. Like, I'm not the best at drawing like human faces or anything like that. But I do like my structures and stuff, as you can see all around here. And the end result was, okay, we're going with pixel art, and I really, really love the look of Shining Force. Like, Shining Force had this exact same sort of art style, and so did a lot of other older RPGs, but like this kind of sort of cutesy, tiny pixel art, less is more sort of thing. So, thus created Dorothy. Dorothy was very much inspired by, at least when I was initially drawing Dorothy, I have thought of the two characters that came to my mind were Simone, the main menu character in Shining Force 1, and the spirit of the Holy Spring, also from Shining Force 1. It was kind of like a blend between those two, as well as my own spin on things. One thing you've learned from watching different walkthroughs of indie games, art is part of it, but not the be-all, end-all. True, very true. Basically, for me, the arts, the music, all meant to be more functional. The thing I'm really trying to hammer down with this game is its level and boss design. I want that to be top-notch. And I want the story to definitely stand out. So those are the areas that have gotten by far my most attention, because I consider those my strongest capabilities as a developer. Especially since I have, like, remember when I was mentioning my burnout in college? Well, after I got burnt out of game development in college, I actually started Dungeons & Dragons through being a dungeon master for multiple years. And I learned so many writing and world building and character writing skills from that process that literally translated perfectly into storyboarding a video game. So I definitely love to create characters and morality plays and things like that. And that definitely very much helped me write at least the basic framework for this game's story. But the TLDR is, as I was developing things, I was just adding mechanics slowly but surely until to see what I could create within my limits as a developer. And the end result was, as I was starting to go for it, and I drew Dorothy and started to get an idea, I'm like, if I have to make any genre of game, what would it be? It would be a Souls-like. Because, like, as I start to get more of these mechanics together, and the reason is because Dark Souls 1 and Crosscode are among my favorite games of all time. It was like, well, the two directions I was kind of considering was either, like, strategy RPG like Shining Force, or Souls-like, like Dark Souls or Crosscode or something like that. Like action RPG sorts of things. And I ended up going more towards the action RPGs because while I like strategy RPGs, I definitely prefer having like some semblance of control during boss fights. I like that visceral feeling of actually going toe-to-toe with like a really challenging opponent. So, Oh yeah, Dark Souls 1 is a masterpiece of a video game, Angel Wayne's. Like, if you want a game that broke conventions during its time, but also just really hammered home excellent game design principles, Dark Souls 1 is a masterpiece. Definitely recommend playing it. Even if you're not even remotely interested in action RPGs, it's still worthwhile to analyze if you're a developer. Like, the Dark Souls 1 level design is brilliant and beautiful. Like, it is the best, or among the best, Metroidvania level designs I've ever seen. Like, even Elden Ring, like, again, Elden Ring's made by the same company that made Dark Souls 1. Like, Elden Ring has a lot of, like, areas that are well designed unto themselves, but Dark Souls 1 connected areas in, like, circular level design fashion. It was always really cool to see how they made it all work. And that kind of circular level design, I know I've been talking a lot, chat, instead of putting things down here, but I think I can use this as an example to talk about circular level design. So if we take a look here, you know, this is a normal room. You go over here, there's a side path, whoopee. But if we talk about circular level design, this right here is a prime example. The premise of this section here is that there's a key on this platform that the player will probably want to get. However, the player can't get there directly. They have to go through a pretty long string of different rungs to eventually loop back up to an elevation they couldn't reach before, and eventually get to that key that they saw off in the distance. That's some circular level design. Also, there are some doors here, not shown here, that will connect back to an upper level here, which is where the checkpoint for the tutorial dungeon is. So, the way I've structured this tutorial dungeon, it has so many paths that circle back on each other that there only needs to be one checkpoint. Like right here, and there's like stairs that all eventually like loop back to here, and like one-way gates and things like that. Was really fun to design, but I was constantly thinking of Dark Souls 1 when I was trying to design this tutorial dungeon. It was like, okay, how do I make it all connect back? You know, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, Brecktor did do an easy mode playthrough of Dark Souls 1. That was really cool to see as well. Oh yeah, that campaign's still going on, Copper Nicholson. Approaching towards the end. But still going on. Now, as for everything I've described about Heartwell up to that point was just the fundamentals of the gameplay. And at that point, I would say, like, I was interested in making the game, but I hadn't really gotten my decided what the game's like main message would be or themes at that point. So this was about like 6 or 7 months after I started working on Heartwell. After I got to the point where I started working on the action RPG mechanics like dashing and melee and ranged attacks and all that, I had a dream that kind of made me open my eyes about saying, okay, you're making this game, but what are you trying to convey here, Antomicx? What's your takeaway message? And it was after that dream that I wrote on my phone, like, the message I really wanted to convey. And it was at that point that I would have considered myself all in for this project, no matter how long it takes. Because I got this, I felt very inspired. I felt like I had a theme that would really resonate with, not with just with me, but with a lot of people. And that's when I really started to write the lore of Heartwell in earnest. And I still write lore for Heartwell, because there's a lot that needs to be written. Especially with the way this game works with fluff dialogue actually having a tangible gameplay benefit to increase your experience rate. It's important that I have an ultra solid foundation of world building and things like that. So I still continue to write lore for Heartwell. And that's what I will continue to do. But what I'm saying is, you can start working on a project without really understanding like what the end product might be. But if once you get like, I feel like once you get like a core theme that really resonates with you and that ties into your project well, then you can really start to be even more committed to it. Just like, okay, now I have something I want to tell. Now I have something I really want to show. And that's just kind of been me for the past 2 years. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it would be a decent time. I know I went off on a bit of a tangent there, but I felt it was good to at least talk about Heartwell a bit. I'll continue bringing over the coordinates here to keep programming. But for now, I think this is a good spot to take our first break. Korean lore is one of the funnest things to do. You can't say you know a ton about game development, but you're a writer at heart, and world building can be quite the experience. You can start off with everything and end up narrowing it down, vice versa. You can be surprised for yourself whether it takes you. True, world building's a lot of fun, and I've definitely seen that as been world building with Heartwell. Always learn new stuff you never even imagined as you world build. But anyway, I think this will be a good spot to take our first break, so don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Alrighty, chat. Welcome back, everybody. Now I know I gushed about Heartwell for a while, but let's let's actually make Heartwell a reality. And by that I mean, let's program these pathfinding nodes so that the Cobras behave as intended. Alrighty. Alright, I think that's that node programmed. Next, node 5. No, it's very convenient that the way I structure this level, those Y coordinates actually line up. So that works. Note 6. Yep, that's a good way to look at it, Angel Wings. That's a good way to look at it. Okay. Copy over that. Alright, that's node 6. Now for node 7. That's not how it works, Copper Nicholson. Not at all. You're looking at this from a very materialistic point of view, Copper Nicholson. That's not how it works, bud. Alright, well, we got the nodes all defined, which means there's only one more thing to do for this particular Cobra. We need to get the checks for the player being in specific positions. Thankfully, those are a lot easier than the other one. Yep. Good to meet you too, Angel Wings. Good to meet you too. Then Copper Nicholson, that's not how it works. Alrighty. Alright, so essentially what we're going to do, chat, is it's the same sort of coordinate system we were making use of before. The difference is this up here is the range where pathfinding occurs. So if the player goes outside this like big range, that means they're just too far away from the room, so the pathfinding stops. But the players within that range, then the pathfinding reoccurs, and that's to help manage the amount of processing power that's being taken here. that was in a time of much greater corruption, Copper Nicholson. So that's not, again, that's not how it works. First things first, we need the pathfinding activation mounds. Actually, is that how it works? Let me double check something. Okay, yeah, that is how it works. So we're just checking to make sure it's in the right spot. Okay. Right, so it's exactly the same as that. Okay. In that case. Okay, that's that. Next position. Okay. So I believe these refer to the same zones as before, so let me double check that. That they do. Or do they? Yep, that they do. Okay. Alrighty.
Must keep going. Must bring in all the numbers. All of them. All of them. Okay. Oh, whoops. Go back. Go back. Okay.
Chat, have you ever had like a toolbar just disconnect you from you by accident and you're just like, wait, what just happened? I've had that. That happens to me from time to time. Always confuses me a little bit. That's alright. Now it's back where it belongs. Almost there. Yeah. Okay. And now chat for the tricky part. Determining which sections need to have, basically we need to manipulate these less than and greater than signs so that there's not like an overlapping portion. I think the easiest way to do this is I think it starts from left to right. Yeah, okay, starting with that made sense. Less than 2256. Greater than or equal to 2256. Back to nets. So I think we'll want less than 2288 and actually less than 1820. It forces a lower equal to just lower. greater because of that. That means that and that needs to be greater than or equal to here, and 3. Okay, it's only 21.99, so this should be lower. Or sorry, just greater. Alright, so 2191 is lower or equal. And it's 1880 and 2159 that are going to be the next ones. Alright, 2256, and that's all set up correctly. Okay, I think that's that for that. Let me just, yeah, these need to all line up too, so one is, the only one is lower than on the Y position. Yep, second one. Okay, lower for both the X and Y position. Third one just greater than the Y position. That one over there. Yep. That's one, just lower for the Y. Or X and Y. Okay. Okay, and now last but not least, everything. Okay. Alrighty. Well, chat, looks like we might be able to ready to run a test. At long last. Oh, and chat, we're just in time for our jam too. This song is our jam, chat. It's our jam. Really, really hype and uplifting. Perfect for testing time. Let's test this one out, chat. Alright, chat, this will be the test. Well, that is not direct. Oh, wait. I know what the problem is. So, chat, the problem is that I forgot to do some collision mapping here. I did everything except the one thing that should be obvious, which is there need to actually be walls around here for this thing to be stuff. Whoops. Let's fix that. No. I always feel so hyped whenever I hear this song, by the way, chat. I don't know what it is, but like the midst of like the light orchestral coupled with like the guitar in the background, and I think it's either flute or clarinet, it just feels so uplifting. The really very moving song. A very moving atmospheric song, I should say. All right, that should allow us to actually have this work correctly. No, Angel Wayne. So none of the music you're hearing in the background is from the game. All this is from a service called Pretzel Rocks, which lets you play royalty-free music in the background on like Twitch streams. I've made unique songs for Heartwell. I still have more songs to make for Heartwell, but those will be in the demo. Right now, we are not hearing any music for Heartwell at the moment. All right, let's get through this section. Ow. Ow! And that's the game over screen. Something else I forgot to mention about Souls-like games: when you die, you drop basically any experience you were carrying up to that point that you hadn't like invested yet. And if you aren't able to advance your death point in the next life, you lose that experience. So that makes that's one of the things I actually liked about Souls-likes is death actually has a risk to it. It doesn't feel like, oh, I'll die and I'll just respond. It's like, oh, I died and I'll lose all this. It creates sort of a game where you're trying to figure out like, do I spend these this experience now, or do I try to save it knowing that I might lose it if I die at a more difficult point. Oh. Like that. Yep, that makes you not figure out a strategy, but like, it makes you think a bit more about like, okay, how risky does an area feel to you, and like, is that risk worth it depending on your skill level and things like that. Again, it all makes the, it all basically increases the skill ceiling, which I like. Now, I would be testing that Cobra if we could get down there. I mean, this is a tricky section if you're trying to do it without, like, attacking. Now. Especially since we haven't invested in stamina here. Now. Okay. Come on, Dorothy. You can do it. I believe. I believe. Okay, I think the best thing to do is run around circles. That's always a tried and true strategy. Alright, there we go. See? Damage less. Chat, now we can actually test this out. What happens? No! That is not correct. Strange. Okay, it seems to be working fine. Interesting. I wonder if it's because it starts on a pathfinding node. It might be the reason. Let me test something, chat. So if I, like, run to the very end of this section... No, it's definitely not working correctly. For testing purposes, it's probably not worthwhile to move this down here. So we'll be testing this area a lot. This might be a dumb question, but the light pink around the snake, is that the AI sensor picked up where the main character is? Yes. And basically, when it doesn't pick up anything, it's supposed to not, it's supposed to default to its pathfinding state, but for some reason, it's not defaulting to the pathfinding state, which, well, actually, no, yeah, no, it's still trying to go straight for the main character. And we need to figure out why that is. My current guess, chat, is there might be some overlapping checks here.
Alright, I think what we'll need to do... I have some... Do I still have... What do you do? I have a random counter there. I think that's the jumping value. Alright, chat, for the sake of testing, let's bring in a new counter. Alright, and what we're going to do, chat, this counter, we're going to set it to the value. Basically, I'm going to set up a quick testing line of code. So, let's see, counter 2, alright. So, if mouse pointer is over... Well, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Pointer over that, we will ask the counter to return a value of whatever its current by index, the player node section, which is here. What that'll do, chat, is it'll let us do some debugging. Let's see here. Alright, chat, so just to test this out, right now, that counter is at 0, but if we were to move over here, just in principle, it should be telling me a value. Ow. Actually, when... Alright, this doesn't seem to be telling us much of anything. Alright, well, let's at least get to the save point. Okay. Made it. I forgot to set the Z value directly. I feel silly. Right now, it's not yielding anything. Okay, so we should be in section 1 right there. Interesting. If I go down here, we should be in a different section now. Did I define these incorrectly? I wonder. I think I need to reset the zones. Did I define these the way they should be defined? I'm also going to try setting this starting point to be a little different than that. Move it slightly over to the right. Let's see if that helps. Okay, he just seems to be moving straight towards us, and we were getting absolutely destroyed by those. It should be going down. What I could do, chat, now that I think about it, for testing purposes. Let's use the counter in a different way. Let's first test the player node sections. So I'll move this here for testing purposes. Okay, so in here we're in section 1. Down here we're section 2. Okay, so this over here is section 1. This is section 2. Section 3. 2, 1. Section 5. Section 6. 7. Ow. Interesting. God, for testing purposes, let's move these guys out of here, just to make this a little bit easier on us. Alright, so right now we're in player section 7, and it's interesting, chat, because this is not triggering the correct response. It should have stopped by now. I think the problem lies, chat, that it has not... For whatever reason, the flag to change it to pathfinding mode has not activated. Let's see. Yeah, it hasn't. It's weird. Oh. I think I have a theory, chat. I think the projectiles colliding with these are not saying that there's no longer line of sight. Oh, and that would make so much sense because they can still see up here, can't they? Wait. Yeah, so it gets destroyed, but I don't... Maybe... Let's shut that. Okay, collision. Okay, no, it does. It's supposed to set has line of sight off. It's set. Not having. Wait. Will that do it? Let's find out. No, that didn't seem to help at all. That seems to be the only other line that's... Alright, for the sake of argument, collides with a background. Let's set a background tile here. Okay, no, that's not it. So, something else is happening here. Let's try something different. Alright, next test. Let's see here. Alright, am I absolutely sure that when the player's in that area, the only thing they have active node area 5, that's the concern. Okay, so my two ideas, chat, are either this could be a group of events issue with having multiple things active. Do I have anything in my debug notes about that? I also want to test for whether the is seen player condition is true or not. It's alterable value 33. Okay, so in theory, chat, this will tell us whether or not we're in a situation where it's just not pathfinding. So right now, I put my cursor over it at 0. That makes sense. We haven't identified anything. Okay, it's still at 0, which means... Alright, this has line of sight, so if it's 0, that means it's false, which means it doesn't have line of sight, so it shouldn't. Okay, it has line of sight right now. Still think what? It still thinks it has line of sight, even though it clearly shouldn't. Okay. Those don't have line of sight. This thing thinks it does. Let's reset and try it. Okay, that one obviously doesn't have line of sight. No line of sight. Okay, still thinks it doesn't have line of sight. Right now it's pathfinding correctly. And now it's... It thinks it has line of sight. It does. Alright. That's new information. I'm going to... Where's my activate/deactivate states? Alright, chat, I'm going to try creating a new section for this. I'm assign this to 2064. Alright, chat, I'm going to try only activating node area 5 and see if that yields better results. Because we didn't have that issue with node area 2. I don't think. Okay, no, it definitely can't see us, but it's not pathfinding the way it should. Weird. Alright. Something else is afoot here. Oh, wait, never mind. We haven't tested anything. We've tested nothing. It's never active to begin with. It still thinks it has line of sight. It's going up that way. If it's trying to go up that way, it either thinks it still sees us. Oh, now it wants to work. What? What? Excuse me? And now it doesn't want to work. Do the other ones work? I wonder. The Z-axis problem. I wonder if that might be it. one's defaulting down there. Why would that be? What? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. It's something else I noticed. What? Let's see here. Alright, so that one works fine. Why would it be defaulting down there, though? All right. Next best guess is going to be object scoping. If I move this like to the top, what happens? Probably nothing, but we'll check.
still think that I have line of sight.
I keep coming back to line of sight, it seems. All right. And also try. If it's an object stopping problem in chat, this will make it very apparent. Let's find out. Okay, it's not an object stopping problem. It's something to do with. Okay, it has to be something to do with. Something's wrong with this region. But what? No? Okay.
Alright, let's deactivate this just for a second. I want to switch something. Okay. If I activate this... Oh. Oh. I might be onto something here, chat. Might be onto something. Okay, so right there. This one right here, chat. When we deactivate these lines of code here, it seems like this seems to work more properly, like it's going to the right spot. Let me check down here too. Okay. Alright, that one still hasn't worked, but the fact that that one's not going to the bottom right is telling me that something in this group of events involving these two Cobras is influencing these Cobras, at least that Cobra up there. Makes me wonder. So I think that ties back to them all being connected. Alright, well. Add on to this test. If I were to inactivate you, what would happen? I doubt this would fix it. Of course not. So there's still something wrong with the zones here, but fair enough. Thanks for dropping by, Angel Lance. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I hope everything goes well with the doctor. Alright. Either way, I think it'll be worthwhile to keep Node 3 and Node 4 separate from Node 1. Oh yeah, that's our nodes. Cobra node zone 5. Additionally, to separate all right.
Alright, chat, I think this is a good place to take our next break, so... don't worry, guys, I'll be right back.
Alright, chat, welcome back, everybody. So, right now, I'm just trying to figure out where some bugs. I think there's a couple of things we need to do. First, we need to break apart this, the activation of node groups 1, 3, 4, and 5, so that they can all behave independently of each other. As having that at the same time seems to cause problems, especially for node group 1. Second, I need to relook at the areas that we're setting up for the last, I need to look at the zones we defined for node 5, so something doesn't quite add up here. Let's see here. Could that be it? Wait a minute. Oh, could this be affecting things? It might. Okay. This could be causing some problems. I've defined node 3's section as transcending multiple areas. That's probably the problem. Same with node 4. Actually, node 4 looks more narrowly defined. Well, it's certainly contributing to a problem. Okay, so let's first fix this. This might be the source of a bug. Maybe not the bug, but certainly a bug. Okay, so that should more narrowly define this section. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, progress. I see that in that corner, that Cobra looks like it's where it's supposed to be. This probably still doesn't fit. Yeah, it still doesn't fit that, but I think the other Cobras are working as intended. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that works as intended. Okay, so that's one bug solved. It's the first bug solved. Salt. That's the zone that defined the region was accidentally written to overlap the regions from groups 1 and 5, causing confusion in which node to move to. Alright, that leads me to believe, chat, that maybe the problem with node 5 it has more to do with how things are lining up. So somewhere in here is a segment of code that doesn't add up, and we need to find that segment of code. Let's go section by section here. Is that an overlap? That might be an overlap. Wait, no, that's not an overlap. Maybe though? Let's test something else. Let's see what the entity node section is. I think, Copper Nicholson, I understand that that's how you feel right now. I just think it's a bit misguided because, as your friend was pointing out to you, and I've pointed out to you before, it's people's failings that are the problem, not necessarily the faith, bud. So I understand you're trying not to offend me, but basically saying like, oh, you're good because you're good to me, but I don't like your faith in general. To me, I find that it's problematic. just because, again, you're completely dismissing an entire ideology that's lasted for thousands of years and helped a lot of people. Because there have also been plenty of people that have, you know, abused it or taken advantage of it for awful means. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter, Copper Nicholson, because this is a dev stream. I want to focus on developing this wonderful game. So, let's see here. Alright, currently it's set to... Aha! It's set to 1 right now. I'm absolutely certain that I said it's at the end of... Yes. Okay. For some reason... Dropping here... So right now it's at 0. We're not actually on the area yet. Okay, it's set to 1. That's why it's moving this way. It thinks it should be going to 1. When it should be going to like 4 or 3 or something. Yeah, okay, so it is pathfinding correctly. It just thinks it's supposed to go to 1. Okay, let's try a little experiment. So, right now it thinks it should go to 4, so 1's here, 2's around here, 3's around here, 4's around here. It also thinks we should be going to 4, it's trying to move straight down. Now it thinks it should be going to 5, but I think it still thinks it has line of sight. Yeah, okay, right now it thinks it has line of sight, even though it clearly doesn't. Okay, so it's going to 5 because it doesn't have line of sight right now. Now it's going to 1. Let's try something. Okay, it's still set to 1, which means it thinks it has line of sight right now. Weird. Ow. Oh, Copper Nicholson, that is such a naive thing to say. You think I say that because I've only seen the positive sides of religion? Absolutely not, Copper Nicholson. Absolutely not. Would my perspective be different if I were in your shoes? Sure, Copper Nicholson. But what I'm saying is, because you think I've only experienced positive sides of religion? Again, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's see here. So, why is this defaulting to 1? Somewhere here is a missing link. Alright, Copper, I'm just going to put it to you this way. Am I ever going to live the same experience as you? No, you're a different person than I am. But if I had lived the same experience as you, does that mean I would come to the same conclusion? Not necessarily. I know people who are also not in my religion, but don't have negative views towards the entire religion. They have negative views towards people who fail to live up to it and who do awful things, but they don't hate the idea of the religion. And that's my sticking point here, Copper Nicholson. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter at this point. So then, we've had this conversation many times, and you haven't budged. So let's change the subject. Now let's see here. We're saying it's a turn enemy node section. It's defaulting to 1. What would happen, for the sake of argument, if I deactivated this? Why would it default to... Okay, so this is... That's the entire Oh. And it's based on where the player is. However... Does that make sense? So this, it defaults to 1. What would happen if I deactivated this? Hey, Copper, you have every right to be disappointed in the failings. That's not what I'm getting at. But it seems to me, Copper, that you are just outright dismissing everything about it because of those failings. That's wrong, bud. That's wrong. Alright, it's still defaulting to 1. Interesting, but it hasn't seen us yet. It's actually not doing anything right now. Okay, it's... Okay, as soon as I went down there, things happened. Why would that be? Okay, it's still defaulting. It thinks it can see me right now. Why does it think activate it all? Okay. Copper, the fact that you even lump it in with that is really off-putting to someone like me. And you really... I really don't think you understand, bud. I really don't. Alright, so if we were going to get this to work, how are we going to...
me thinks there's something else going on here. And something's definitely not lining up. 1840 Where is it? Why would it keep defaulting to 1? Is there something that overlaps here? I'm not engaging on this conversation any further, Copper Nicholson. You've gone well beyond what I'm willing to discuss here. And quite frankly, I'm tired of having these discussions with you, Copper. So let's change the subject. So, I'm not sure. I know your game design isn't your main forte, Copper Nicholson, but figure I might as well ask since you're here. I'm trying to figure out a way to. I'm trying to see if there's any overlapping zones that might be affecting Node Area 5 here, because it seems to me like there's something that's forcing the Cobra, at least at the start, to default to a node section of 1. And why does that matter? Well, it matters because if it's defaulting to a node section of 1, it's going to just basically run into a wall, which is not what we want. So I'm just trying to figure out a way to avoid doing that. It's tricky though, because I looked at this and nothing really jumps out at me as being like the obvious, aha, this must be the issue. Similarly, I'm noticing that it's not... Okay, what would happen... if I create like another Cobra just out here in the ether? Hey, is there something up with the target algorithm, or is it not registering the walls? Alright, target algorithm not registering the walls? Good questions. With the target algorithm, I don't think that's it, because I can clearly see that the projectiles are disappearing, so they are disappearing as intended. If something's up with the walls, I'm not sure. I mean, the walls have worked for other sections, seemingly. So that hasn't been an issue in the past. Yeah, no, I had the Cobra out there, but it does nothing. Though it might be worth testing, just for the sake of again covering our bases here, because we know that after it starts pathfinding, it seems to lose track of where it's supposed to be at. So I'm gonna put some background objects that are impassable around here, just for testing purposes, to see if it'll actually pathfind. Let me test something. Okay, so we know the first one's going to fail because it's obviously defaulting to 1, but now it sees us. It should be coming after us. Alright, good.
Not quite sure what to do because it still doesn't seem to register that. If I go over here... Okay. Okay. That tells me something. That does tell me something. You might be onto something with the walls there, Copper Nicholson. You might be onto something. There is something different about those walls. So the way this is programmed is slightly different from the other walls. I might try adjusting the code again to see if that might help. But let's just, again, do another trial run. So, it doesn't see us, it's pathfinding, all is well and good. We have a happy Antomicx. Alright, it doesn't see us. What happens if we go, like, way, way, way over here? Okay, so it's still pathfinding to us. Now I'm going this way. I'm gonna try and confuse it. So let's do maybe a running jump. Okay, it still thinks it can see us right now. Okay. But like with this, it seems to be pathfinding correctly. So I think the background walls might be a part of this bug. Alright. Let's try... Where is it? Okay, yeah, so this is one thing that was different. I do wonder if mayhaps this would help. Let's try it then. Testing the hypothesis, we already know the first one's not going to work, because again, that's something else. So that's some other bug. But it sees us, it doesn't see us, it's pathfinding. We're actually down here. This section is chaos, which is exactly what we want, but still. Okay. It seems to be working, chat. Let's, alright. Test. To test this, I'm going to go way, way, way over here. So we've gone out of bounds. Okay, now I'm going to run away. Come back inbounds. And go for a long jump. Copper Nicholson, I think you're onto something, bud. I think you're onto something. That fits the decent portion of it. And we're dead. No! No! Okay, that was definitely part of it. Thanks, Copper. I think that was actually part of it. It's not all of it. There's still something quirky going on with the zones, but that was definite. Yes, you were right, Copper. That was definitely part of it. It's not all of it. There's still a big other portion of why is it defaulting to zone 1 at the beginning. But everything else seems to be working correctly as soon as it like breaks out of that state. So it sees us. Now everything is happy. It can see us. It's chasing us. It's going to its nodes. We have a happy little Cobra following its happy little paths. So what was the thing that was different? So the thing that was different, this check right here. These were not here before, whereas they were here against like the background objects and something else. When this is here, this forces the, what I'm thinking is happening in the background. Fusion is forced to check to what, this is the collision box for the Cobra, so this is what drives where the Cobra is moving. By forcing this check when the thing's destroyed, it makes sure that that thing gets its, it changes the flag to its false value so that it says, no, I don't have line of sight. Without that check, this defaults, I'm assuming, to whatever the first of this is that we created. Thus, it wasn't helping that. So that's what the problem was in that sense. However, there's one more aspect to this bug. And that's just the defaulting to zone 1 even though it really shouldn't. So, how do we overcome that? I have a couple of ideas. The first thing we could try to do is actually default it to zone 4 at the start of frame. Because it seems to fix itself as soon as it sees us. Let's see here. Alterable values, set. Enemy node section. Let's say 4. See how that does. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on a minute, chat. That might have fixed it. That honestly might have fixed it. 1 second. Let's try running way far up. Just to confuzzle things. Then we'll come back down. Alright. Did that... It was still, I think it still defaulted to 1. 1 second. Okay, well right now it's defaulted to 1. You don't want it to default to 1 because it'll be more fun if it like starts moving towards the player and the player has to think about what to do. So I'm actually going to... I was going to try and bait it over here. Okay, we're going to bait it way over here. Then we're going to loop back to the start. Okay. We're gonna run away. Run away. Okay. I don't know if this will necessarily test it, but we'll at least attempt. Okay, it's still defaulting to 1. Okay, just have things. We'll run up here, and we'll come back down. Okay, I think that's... Okay, so 1, 2... Okay, it went down there because we were in the general area. Okay, it's still defaulting 1, I think. Yeah, defaulted to 1. So something's forcing this to 1. Okay. Wait, what? What? Oh no, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Wait. I see it. I think I see it. It's this, isn't it? It's node area 2 that's the problem. Or more specifically, any line of code like this. Let's run a hypothesis. Let's run a test, chat. We're going to run a test. I'm deleting the set enemy node session to 4, and I'm instead going to deactivate anything related to group node area 2. Yeah, just for testing purposes, but I think we might have found our issue. Okay, so right now, it shouldn't be going... Okay, it's right there. It's a happy little Cobra. No, it's still defaulting to 1. And I'm positive I got rid of... Okay, did I get rid of the... Yeah, I did. Wait, okay, maybe it's not node area 2 at all. Maybe it's not that at all. Maybe it's actually itself. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. The way these lines are programmed, as written, the only check it's asking for is... Yeah, the only thing it checks for is it different from... Yeah, right here. It's, well, I mean, if it's different from 1, then you set it to 1 if it's in the zone. However, if it's equal to... Could this be it? Could this really be it? Counters.
I think the best thing for us to try, chat, will be a... maybe something to override. Because it seems like as soon as they have line of sight on the player, it's fine.
Very much alike.
But what if I actually set on...
Remember all the happy times we had? Very much alike. All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay, Alter Value 33. For the sake of argument, let's see what happens if we set that on briefly at the start of the frame, when that fits the problem. Like tricked it into thinking that it has line of sight. Just however briefly. Yeah, it's Alter Value 33. So it has line of sight off. Okay. Alright, let's just see what happens. Oh, interesting. So that forces it into pathfinding mode. Okay. So chat, that did seem to solve... It begs some questions. It solved one issue. Okay, it's still going there, just it still thinks it... I have an idea. It's not going to fully solve our problems, but I think it'll help me functionally achieve what I want to achieve. I mean, any amount of radiation in high quantities would be dangerous, Copper Nicholson. But what I was going to say is, what if we swapped the line of sight values? What I mean by that is, what if we like reverse the order of the node sections here? So instead of going 1 to 7, we went 7 to 1. So that way, the Cobra would always want to default down here. Thus, the Cobra approaches slowly but surely from the player on this direction. I think that's worth a shot. Actually, wait. No, that won't work, because I need those nodes to be that way so that it wants to go in that direction. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. And just see what happens. Will behavior be the same? Aha! Interesting. Okay. Working with that. We hop down here. Works as intended. Ooh, I like that. So, let's actually give that a little bit of space. So if we're running around here, give it a little bit. We come down. What do we see? All right, he's way over there.
Oh, yeah, this is cool. I like this. I like it. Yes. Yes. Okay. It's not a complete bug fix, but it does functionally achieve what I wanted, which was basically what I was looking for, chat, is I want that tension of the Cobra slowly approaching as the Cabratals are attacking. And I think this will help achieve that. So if we reset... I mean, that's still there, but still. If we reset... You'll notice that the Cobra's way over there, but as soon as we drop down, here comes the Cobra. Very satisfying little section. All right. I'll write that down as a partial bug fix. Partial bug fix. In the line of code where the z-axis value for the collision box is set. Also set alterable value 33 to 1 and has line of sight to on. This will force the Cobra to momentarily think it has line of sight on the player. Which then allows the pathfinding code to activate, since it has collisions from the line of sight projectiles. Will immediately set 3 to 0 and has line of sight to off. Caution. Collision boxes the node that collision boxes gravitate towards before the player arrives is 1. Therefore, make sure that Cobra starts near node 1 so that it does not end where it is running into a wall to move towards. No worries, Copper Nicholson. We have a partial bug fix
The partial bud fits are just to reverse the order of the nodes. So now the Cobra is going to start over there, which fits for what we're going for here, because we want the Cobra approaching the player, while also the player sees these projectiles, so the player has to really think about how they're going to approach this. But that is a cool little segment.
Alright, chat. Well, I know we got stuck on this for a while, but I think we learned something. We've learned a little bit more about how the node finding code works, and we fits the bud with this. So that's good. Let's add a... I think what we can do is we can work on what I'll call some of the low-hanging fruit here. By low-hanging fruit, I mean Cobras that don't have any nodes. So I think we can start working on those, since at least the code for that seems to be pretty well-founded at this point. I mean, you always let them do their own research, Copper Nettleson. Anyway, let's see here. Right, number 6 has no nodes, number 7 has no nodes, and number 7 is actually affecting 3 different Cobras. I think I know which one that is. Number 6 is 25, 89, 1708. Ah, this one. Yeah, that one has no nodes. That one starts kind of around here. Alright, Nelson knows I didn't put Cobrattles down yet. So we can do that. Have the starting point be around the center, so around 28, 33, 17, 29. $17.29.
around here. Also, before I forget, testing here is done. We can delete that. And counter 2 serves no more purpose. Well, the thing is, Copper, you do have a choice, and the choice is to work towards getting out of that situation or not. You know? Let's see here. Let's define these bounds. Righty. Grab all the coordinates.
Or forget, might want to start the other Cobra closer to where it's where node 1 is. So like 2250, 1969. Okay. No, no, da, da. Oh, I got limit stuff. All right. Okay. Oh, right. Probably should also move it closer to there. What? Okay, oh, that works. That's... Let's try this new session. Oh, whoops. Of course, I forget the most important thing. Just to actually have these areas blocked off. That's kind of important. Okay. Let's loop around to see what that section plays like. double jump over that. Oh, that's vicious. That is vicious. Look at this, chat. Evil. But that's actually kind of what we want there, so I approve. I approve. That one works well. And this is our jam, chat. This is our jam. That's 83 to 2854. I think it's going to be up here. Yeah. Yeah, it's these sections up here. All right, not too bad. It's just effectively 3 Cobras and 3 different portions. Yo, Sputkit, nice for dropping by. How's it going? We are actually beginning to wrap. No, good. All right, that's good. Let me look at my notes here. All right. We're about to start a replay of Trails to Zero. Nice, Sputkit, nice. I remember that I'm intending to, sometime in the distant future, mind you, but still in the future, I think the next Trails Day in the challenge run would be Trails to Zero, so that'll be... That's definitely something to look forward to, eventually. Determine whatever the story is with Ritzia and Lloyd and such. Interesting, so I have them all in the center here. You intrigued me. Level design. Not sure, Copper Nicholson. I think Jedi Survivor, it's a continuation of Jedi Fallen Order. Where it goes, we don't know yet. That's part of the fun. But it still seems like it'll be taking place in that era between episode 3 and 4 of Star Wars, where, like, the Empire's, you know, starting to come into its own, but there's still remnants of stuff from the Clone Wars. I mean, I remember getting super excited for watching the Jedi Survivor trailer, seeing not only just how expansive the new maps seem, the new areas seem to be, but also when I saw like actual battle droids that we could fight, I was like, oh, wow, we're actually going this route. So we might be seeing like some remnants of the CIS here. That's interesting. So definitely looking forward to it. And Copper Nicholson, I've watched episodes 1 through 3, so of course I know about the CIS. $1087. Okay, so 2703, 2768. And 2831. Beautiful. All right. Wait. Sorry, now I remember. So the reason I know why it's called the CIS in Star Wars is because I played Star Wars Battlefronts 1 and 2, and that's what the droid armies were always referred to, were the CIS. And when I say Battlefronts 1 and 2, I'm talking about the OG Battlefronts 1 and 2. So the droid forces were always referred to as the CIS. That's why it always comes to mind whenever I think of the Trade Federation in Star Wars. My mind immediately just thinks CIS, so I'm like, oh yes, because that's what was always blaring on the screen every time I was playing as like a droideka. So, no, Copper Nicholson. I said the OG Battlefront 1 and 2. So like the ones that came back in the early, I think they were released in the early 2000s. I might be misremembering that, but they came out
No, Copper Nicholson, you're thinking of the EA, the new EA game titles that just happen to be called Battlefronts, that were made in like the past couple of years. I'm talking about the stuff that's over a decade old. Like the original Battlefront 1 and Battlefront 2. The one that was the games that were horribly unbalanced but still very, very fun. Yep, I know that the Battlefront 2 community is, when I say now I'm talking about Battlefront, I should say EA's Battlefront 2. The community's alive and well. They like making lots of fun mods and having, having fun multiplayer or matches. Okay, so 2683, yeah, okay, Let's get that input. Oh, that's interesting, Copper Nicholson. Sounds like an interesting mod. $27.50, $27.86. Okie doke. Let's put that there. 768. 768. Okay, one more. All right. $28.13, $28.50. Okay. $28.31. Very good. All right, let's get some Cobras over there. Would this help? Let's find out. Oh yeah, that helps. Well, or does it? Actually, it still does help, because it saves us an object. Oh, do you have an Overwatch streamer in mind, Copper Nicholson? If so, you can let me know about that.
Okay. Yep, just remind me when we're wrapping up Copper Nicholson and we can go raid them. I understand that, Copper Nicholson, and what I'm telling you is you need to be able to see beyond that. Alright. So what I'm thinking, chat, is I'm not going to continue placing more Cobras than these tonight, just it is getting a bit late, but what I will do, let's at the very least get the boundaries for all of the Cobra zones, shall we say. So that way, when we start working on these net stream, we only have to focus on just placing the right coordinates in places. So I'm not leaving yet, Copper Nicholson. I'm saying we will be wrapping things up soon. But what I'm saying is, let's place all these boundary layers while we're at it. Yep, as the saying goes, strike while the iron's hot. Well, the iron is hot. I said we'll be finishing up soon, Copper Nicholson, just not quite yet. Okay, we actually do have the background to work with there, so that'll help. The background technically counts. That's something that can get rid of the projectiles that the Cobras release. That might be this section might be a problem though. Well, actually, maybe not. Actually, no, it would be, because that would affect that pathfinding. Or would it? No, it would. It's still, that's it right there. Problem is, I need it. I need it. Oh, great question, Copper Nicholson. I don't have an exact number yet, but there already are lever doors planned for the tutorial dungeon. There's also key doors, as in doors that you would need a key for. So there are definitely there'll be plenty of, because it's a Metroidvania. Because it's a Metroidvania, Copper Nicholson, there will be certain paths that can only be opened up by like activating certain switches once you reach them. So there'll be stuff like, you know, doors you can open with levers and stuff like that. As for what other forms might take in the rest of the game, that is to be determined. Okay, not too bad. Alright, we can make a new active object then. Not that I really want to, but I think we have to. Where's that new object though? Ah, there it is. Very pretty. It's a very pretty sounding song. Oh yeah, it was great to meet them. I'm glad that you have I'm glad that you have a good IRL friend that you can spend time with. It's important. It's important to have those connections. I'm glad that you're able to be there for each other, and I wish you all the best with your friendship, and hope you guys are able to play that Dungeons and Dragons campaign together. Where are we? I'm finding more pollutions. Yeah. Alright. And we learned our lesson from last time. We need that there. Absolutely. Okay, that should, in theory, allow everything to work as intended. Okay, the rest is all right there. Next is there.
Alright.
That work? Mayhaps. It will. It will. Yes. There we go. Depends on depends on the person. Copper Nicholson. Different people have different senses of humor. Like the stuff you were saying flew completely over my head, but it seemed to work for your friend there. Actually, wait, why am I? No, that doesn't make any sense. That's not where. Alright, let's see here. Put that over there. And then put that all there. Alright, I think that should... Yeah, that's... I believe that's every single possible segment. Well, chat. I also couldn't help but notice that we haven't placed all the rattlesnakes and cabrattles on this side of the map yet either. But I think it's past 11. It's definitely had a bit of a slow middle section there where we were trying to debug things, but I think we learned some things, and we also now I think have some momentum to really get these the rest of these enemies placed in this lower half of the dungeon. So overall, I think good progress. So Dan, if you're watching this on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. But if you're watching us on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, have an amazing night.